You are live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our July 15th regularly scheduled board meeting. At this time, can we please have roll call vote? Or attendance.
Trustee Gardner,
Present.
Trustee Gross,
Here.
Trustee Lawson,
Here.
Vice President Ubaldi,
Here.
President Fox.
Here. Dr. Clark, are there any cards regarding our closed session?
Yes, there is. We have one card, and that is from a Hillary Baird, and she says, "Good afternoon, board members. My name is Hillary Baird, and I have 2 students at Stephen Manor. I am also part of the CAC. I want to commend Dr. Clark for being especially aware and supportive of the special education needs of our district. It has been a pleasure to work with him. It is a loss for our district, but we understand the importance of family time and wish him well in his new endeavors. I would like to implore the board to make special education a priority in your search for and consideration of future superintendent candidates. Special education is a unique area of focus, and a superintendent who understands the additional legal requirements and is willing to work with the special education department, the CAC, and parents to meet special education students' needs and help them to succeed at meeting their potential can be a strong asset to the district. An involved, committed, and aware superintendent can save the district from problems that devour time and resources. I would request that a member of the CAC, or if not, appropriate the special education department, be included in the review or interview process. It would be ideal to include questions that seek to uncover candidates' true feelings and intention towards special education. Thank you very much for considering my ideas. Please let me know if I can be of any service in providing additional information or rationale for my point of view. Thank you. Hillary Baird.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Thank you, Ms. Bair. So there's no more cards, Dr. Clark?
There are no more.
All right. Then at this time, we will be going to closed session.
What's going on? What you need? You need help with some stuff?
No, the thing, the thing that's right here, it fell over.
Oh, the light.
Yeah, it fell over and I luckily caught it before it hit the ground, but I was trying to put it back up and
Maybe we can find somewhere to, well,
just sort of banging. He's like, here's your winner. Boom. So, that's how I looked at it. That's why I was like, well, for both angles, he answered both of your prayers. The wrestler said, you can do all you want. Sometimes you don't get it.
Parent and community survey had expertise. Governance is still a ship. Mr. Higgins, CSCA.
We waiting for Kenneth or no, Kenneth's there. Who are we waiting for?
Everyone's here.
Nobody, everybody's here now. We ready to go.
Let me know about recording and we'll start.
we're on.
Hold on.
Good to see Lucius and Adrian. Welcome.
We are ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our July 15th regular scheduled board meeting. At this time, can we have attendance roll call, please?
Trustee Gardner,
Present.
Trustee Gross,
Present.
Trustee Lawson,
Here.
Vice President Ubaldi,
Here.
President Fox.
Here. All right. Now we are going to do our Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge
I pledge
allegiance
allegiance
to the flag of the United
of the United States of America
and
and
to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
for all. All right. For reporting out from our closed session today, the board dealt with personnel issues, and we do need to take a vote on an action, a personnel action that we had in closed session. So we are going to do that at this time. Do you want to explain the action, or shall I, Dr. Clark? Oh, you're muted.
I'll take it off your hands, President Fox.
Thank
So
you.
in closed session today, I submitted I had submitted a letter of resignation back on June 29th, pending my approval of being named as superintendent of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. And today in closed session, the board was presented with that letter, and they are prepared to take action. With that said, this has been a very difficult decision for me to make. My time in Vallejo has been extremely special. The students in Vallejo are absolutely incredible, and they deserve 100% credit for the efforts that they put into school each and every day. And I am so confident that this school board here, through their leadership and through their governance, will continue to support each and every one of those students through supporting our staff and the community. So with that being said, President Fox, I'm asking the board to take action on that letter.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I motion to take action.
Thank you, Trustee
Second.
Gardner. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Trustee Ubaldi. Can we please have roll call vote, please?
Trustee Gardner,
Aye.
Trustee Gross,
Aye.
Trustee Lawson,
Aye.
Vice President Ubaldi,
Aye.
President Fox.
Reluctantly, aye. Okay, action is taken from that. That was our closed session items. And that leads us to, just a second, adoption of the board agenda.
I move
I move-
approval.
I'll second.
Trustee Lawson, I heard a first, and Trustee Gardner, I heard a second. Can we please have roll call vote, please?
Trustee Gardner,
Aye.
Trustee Gross,
Aye.
Trustee Lawson,
Aye.
Vice President Ubaldi,
Aye.
President Fox.
Aye. Now we're on agenda item 5, recognitions. And I would like to personally have a recognition. And first, I'd like to see, we usually do dedication of a meeting at the end of the meeting, but I'm changing that today. Today, this meeting will be dedicated to Dr. Adam Clark. And the recognition that I would like to give is for 3 years, the dedication, the love, the guidance, and support that he has given to the staff, children, families, the board has been phenomenal. Dr. Clark has changed the culture in this district. I've had people question, what do you mean, President Fox, he's changed the culture? Well, let me explain. Dr. Clark is a man of relationships. His heart, you know what he means and what he says because of his heart and the truth he speaks. For 23 years, I've been in education, and working with him has been such an honor for all of us here in, I almost said another district, but in Vallejo.
Watch it.
Yeah, watch it. Anyways, I also want to share even just, I want to give another example. Currently during COVID, Dr. Clark was out making sure food was being delivered to our students. He went out and checked all the food services that were giving out food throughout our whole district. When it was time to ensure that students had technology to do distance learning, Dr. Clark was out handing out Chromebooks to assure that students had access and equitable access. So it's been an honor to work with you, Dr. Clark. This meeting is going to be dedicated to you, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and we will greatly miss you in Vallejo. But you have made a difference, and that difference will live on after you leave. And you're going to have hard shoes to fill, especially those polka dot socks that I like so much. But you know what I mean. So in honor of the board and the district, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we love you, Dr. Clark. With that, let's move on. Any other recognitions?
There are none.
Okay, then with that, we are going to move on to, we don't have reports for students. Do we have a letter from VEA or CSEA or VSMA, Dr. Clark?
So I have a letter from VEA, but I'm not sure if VEA President Steele wants to instead speak. I do see him on the meeting. You want to speak? Yep, so President Steele is going to address the board, and here he is.
Good afternoon, Dr. Clark, President Fox, Vice President Ubaldi, Trustee Gross, Trustee Lawson, and Trustee Gardner. The teachers of Solano County are committed to ensuring our students have the best education possible, even during a pandemic. Over the past several months, educators have stepped up to teach and nurture our students during these dangerous and worrisome times. We have done our very best to give all children the quality support and education they deserve. As the next school year approaches, Solano County teachers are working together to make sure 2021 is a school year where we protect our students' future by ensuring their academic, physical, and socio-emotional needs are met. Here are 3 keys to making sure that is possible. The first is safe and healthy schools. No future is secure without safe and healthy schools. District management must work with all educators to make sure learning environments are protected by the most stringent science-based standards, and that the district and that districts are following all state public health recommendations. Students, parents, and staff must know campuses are clean, that safe distances are maintained, and recommended safety protocols are followed, and that any and all contacts with the virus are monitored and addressed following best practices. We should only return to campus if it is safe for students and staff to do so. Safe, effective classroom learning environments. Every district in Solano County must work closely with employee groups to create positive and dynamic learning environment. District management must trust our education professionals to identify, develop, and deliver highly effective and appropriate instruction that students deserve. From 100% distant learning to hybrid models to full-time face-to-face instruction, district management must work cooperatively with teachers and other school staff to create the best possible learning environment for our students. community support, and investment. The recent distance learning experience has taught us that there were serious inequities in student experiences. As a county-wide community, we all call on districts to adequately support students, their families, and their teachers by providing the safest and most healthy learning environment during this pandemic. In this new environment, we need smaller class sizes for safety, fully staffed classrooms, and additional specialists such as nurses, counselors, speech therapists, librarians, and psychologists to meet our student needs. To ensure we fully invest in our students, California must guarantee full student funding, and Solano County school districts must support Prop 15, the Schools and Communities First initiative that will be on the November ballot. Our students deserve the best, and together we can ensure their future is protected. Stand together and call on parents, educators, administrators, and communities to unite, because all students deserve safe and healthy schools. Thank you.
Next, we have President Fox. We have Principal Mitchell, who would like to give the VSMA report.
It's nice to see you, Principal Mitchell.
Hi, thank you. Well, good afternoon. I'm here obviously on behalf of VSMA, and I just wanted to be here and express our commitment to working together and our commitment to continuing the teaching and the learning that must occur for our community. I also wanted to echo the words of President Fox and say thank you to you, Dr. Clark, for your commitment to our district during the time that you were here.
Thank you. Thank you, President Steele and President Mitchell. Dr. Clark, are there any other? What about CSEA?
CSCA is not here.
Okay. That takes us down to, is there, let's see, I think public forum. Let me check.
Public forum.
Yes.
So yes, we do have speaker cards for public forum, and I have a timer here, and so I will if I'm exceeding the 3 minutes, then I will go ahead and stop at that point. Okay? So this is from Juanita Reynolds. As a member of the board of Elite Public Schools, it is apparent that when looking at the disparity and disproportionality of allocation of funds and facilities and facility services, Elite Public Schools have been intentionally shortchanged and left out. A school which services African American and Latinx students has facilities that should not be allowed in public schools, where bathrooms and athletic fields are not safe and accessible, labs are not present and up to date. This lack of equity undermines the subconscious of the students, telling them what the district thinks of them as learners and students of color, that they do not matter. I am asking for the board to validate that these young Black and brown lives do matter, that you care about the education and well-being of these elite students and not just some of the students in the Vallejo area. I challenge you to do the right thing. Meet with the leadership of Elite and properly allocate funding in service of children. Next comment. This is from Tiffany McLeod. Good afternoon. I'm writing this letter as a concerned parent of 2 children who attend Elite Public Schools. My children have been attending Elite since its opening in 2018. And while I'm excited that they are a part of a program which promotes their academic excellence and characteristic growth, I am disappointed to hear they are being shorted on the privileges and amenities their neighboring schools have. My 14-year-old son comes home from school and asks me, Mom, how come we don't have the same basketball courts as the other schools? Why don't our bathrooms look like the other charter schools? Why don't we have the cool science labs like the other schools? I couldn't answer these questions, but our school board can't. Can you tell my son why his school lacks the necessary equipment and structures other neighboring schools have? My husband and I are local business owners and taxpayers who voted yes on the VCUSD bond measure. Why hasn't Elite received funding? Why is Elite paying close to $900K in rent? This is absurd and frankly downright wrong. The public and charter school system should be an equitable system that meets the needs of all children so that each child has a fair chance to exceed and be a part of a system that supports their academic and professional growth. Our society is moving in a direction that can no longer ignore the inequalities of our Black and brown students. Systemic racism starts when a child attends a school system in which they are forced to adapt to the disadvantages that surround them and believe their lack of equality is the norm. I am asking as a law-abiding, tax-paying, and concerned parent that Elite Public Schools receive the funding and fair opportunities needed to promote successful students in our county. Thank you. Next message. This is from Michelle Newell. Vallejo City Unified School Board. My name is Michelle Newell. I'm an educator. I am also a member of the Vallejo community. My nephew attends Elite Public Schools. He is in the dual immersion program and he loved his first year at his new school. When I first read the charter for Elite, I knew that Elite would be the school my nephew would go to. He had to be part of an educational community that would honor him and put him on the path to success. I am writing today because I'm concerned about the limits that have been put on his education. I am concerned about the restraints the district has put on a school that has come to serve and equip Black and brown kids within this community. I am concerned that the district would charge our school 10 times as much as other schools are being charged to lease a building. Because my nephew lives in Vallejo, the district is responsible for providing efficient facilities, just as they would any other school. We need equitable facilities now. We need safe and accessible restrooms, science labs, a track, and all other things that children attending VCUSD schools have access to. We want it all. Please share your plan of action moving forward. Thank you. This is from Stephen Quinlan. Good afternoon, honorable board members and colleagues. I have been following the public discourse regarding the Elite charter school facilities and their demand that they receive some of the Measure S bond money. I would like to remind and point out to everyone that it would be illegal to distribute Measure S bond funds to Elite, as the voters specifically approved the monies for the VCUSD and Griffin Academy. Furthermore, the Elite campus was under the direct control and supervision of Elite founder Dr. Bishop for many years while she was the superintendent of the VCUSD. And during that time, she did not see fit to make any substantial modifications or improvements to the then Wiedemann Elementary campus. If it was good enough for our students and teachers then, I see no reason why it is not good enough now. I would suggest trimming some of the administrative positions at Elite if they would like to make upgrades and improvement, as there are currently 3 certificated management positions with 6-figure salaries for a school with approximately 400 students. Our tax dollars could be spent more wisely. This is from Tasha Johnson to VCUSD. My question for the July 15th, 2020 board meetings are as follows. VCUSD board members, please advise as the community how you plan to balance the misappropriation and rental agreements between the 3 public charter schools, Elite, Griffin, and MIT. Secondly, share with us the community why you are so hard and neglectful when it comes to supporting a school providing quality education to predominantly Black and brown children. Please explain why our requested meetings have been stonewalled by the administration. Thank you. This is from, I don't know why I'm hearing feedback. Revised, please read this statement. Hello everyone, my name is Belinda Hillary. I am a taxpayer and I vote in the city of Vallejo. I also represent over 600 families at Elite. In doing so, I recently sent you a petition with close to 300 signatures. You responded, Ms. Hillard, your concerns are taken seriously. Note that the County Office of Education Trustee Board has been made aware of your concerns. Now that you have been made aware, what are you going to do about it? We need an action plan now, and it needs to include a starting date, time, and a completion date. I am not understanding the disconnect here. It is something that you guys are not understanding. This is for our children. You know the children whom you work for. Our children are equally entitled to the same things as all the other children in the VCUSD. Our children need safe and accessible bathrooms. Why is this even being asked for? It is a requirement. Our children need an athletic field that is safe and accessible. How are we supposed to produce star athletes without a proper place to train? Our children need a science lab with all the amenities so that they can become a doctor, scientist, etc. Our children also need an eating area separate from the gym. $8 million from the VCUSD bond funds was allocated to other charter schools in Vallejo, and yet Elite received zero, nada, zilch. How, or better yet, why did that happen? I thought VCUSD stood for Vallejo City Unified School District, which means we are one district. We are together. Elite paid almost $900,000 in lease payments last year. This is 10 times more than other schools in California, which is not only ridiculous, it is greedy and more so sad that VCUSD would do this to their own children. We need action. Hashtag nothing matters until Black and brown students matter. This is from Hazel Wilson, Community Forum. This is a time of crisis with two major pandemics, including the coronavirus and racial injustice. Again, it is hoped that the board considers all options in setting priorities. Therefore, I hope the board puts our children first. This would include the board's primary focus at this time should be on the safest, healthiest, and most educationally sound opening our schools. This must include looking at all options that meet the needs of our children, families, and staff. The board must consider thinking outside of the box during this crisis, including the immediate need for VCUSD to focus on how to best open the school year for students, families, and staff, the current rapidly rising COVID-19 numbers, and the potential effect that this would have for our schools now and in the fall. The need to do advanced planning and being focused and prepared for the probability of 100% distance learning at the beginning of the year due to the rapidly rising COVID-19 numbers, and then moving to hybrid and or other options. Plan, plan, plan. Plan now how to best support our children, families, and staff. Do not wait as the state is again actively shutting down. The ability to fully engage the community, families, and staff is in the process is paramount. Please step back and take a deep breath. Your number one focus at this time must be opening the 2020-21 school year, respectfully. President Fox, that concludes all the comments for Community Forum.
Yeah, question.
Yes, Trustee Laughlin.
Yeah, that last letter you read from Hazel Wilson. So that's not part of, or what should have been read as part of 10.1.1?
No, she asked that it go 6.4 Community Forum.
Because it's, usually if it's something that's on the agenda, which that one is, then, okay.
I'm just reading. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Clark. Are there any other, we finished our speaker cards.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to superintendent's report.
Okay. So today I would just want to share a few thoughts. First of all, as always, the our LCAP goals. These are the goals that really guide our efforts and our resources within VCUSD. And again, we want to increase parent and community engagement in improving student outcomes. We want to create those safe and supportive and engaging learning environments for all. And we want to increase the number of students graduating college and career ready. And with that said, so much has been spoken about COVID-19, and I just want to, reaffirm that we are committed to safety. We want to make sure that our students are safe. We want to make sure that staff is safe. I mean, that is our number one priority. And I think it's very important as we go forward that we work together to find what is best for our students and how staff can then effectively serve our students in the safest possible way. And I fully understand that that cases are rising throughout the state. However, as we go forward, we really need to look at our situation locally and really what affects Vallejo and Solano County. We are going to continue to follow the guidelines from the California Department of Public Health. I've shared time and time again about the guidance that we've received from the Solano County Office of Education, the California Department of Education, and also the California Department of Public Health. So we're going to continue to follow those guidelines. And the last thing, number 4, is that we are a team. So I want to make sure that that as we're working together, that we are teaming up to best serve our students, and that means classified, certificated, our managers and our families, that we are doing what is best, that we have an equity lens as we're working to make sure that everyone is safe. And I want to give you some examples. So COVID-19 safety supplies. So the state of California has already supplied us with a 44-day supply of staff and student masks. Now, again, these are multiple masks for both staff and for students, although staff and students are definitely free to wear their own masks, but we have a supply that the state has provided with us. They've given us a 44-day supply, and then we have also purchased and have orders in for additional supplies beyond that. Those include staff and student masks, face shields, touchless thermometers, and hand sanitizers. And I'm happy to say that that these items have been delivered to us. They are in our possession. We have pallets of these items, and they are locked away at an undisclosed location. I do not want to give that up because these are valuable, and we really want to guard these supplies because they are going to ensure that that our students and staff members are safe. Just VCUSD alone, aside from that, this is just a small example of some of the things that we have purchased for our schools. 225 hand sanitizer stands. So these are the freestanding hand sanitizer stands. So many of our classrooms are already equipped with sinks and where students and staff can wash their hands. And of course we have bathrooms, but these are for hallways and for entrance areas and things of that nature. So we've purchased 225 of these hand sanitizer stands. We've purchased an additional 200 hands-free wall mount dispensers for hand sanitizer. So again, the 225 they stand alone, and then the 200 are the dispensers. We've also purchased over 200 additional hand soap dispensers. We have purchased over 35 electrostatic sprayers. These are the sprayers that that we use to disinfect. So whether we're disinfecting steps, desks, or doorknobs or play equipment, we have over 35 of these. We've purchased over and have contracts for over between $150,000 and $200,000 worth of safety supplies. So I just want to, I just want to reaffirm our commitment to safety. And when students do come back onto our campuses and when staff do come back, we have been planning and preparing for this time. And so this is just an example of some of the supplies that we bought. Of course, we bought, we have additional hand sanitizers, we have soap, we have paper towels, we have signs that can, that can stand alone or go on the walls or go on the floors, which show the 6 feet spacings or the one-ways down the hallways and things of that nature. So, our staff has been working diligently on collecting these supplies and preparing for when our students and staff return. So again, I know that individuals are scared. I know that individuals are worried. But however, we have a job to do, and that job is to ensure that anyone who steps onto our campuses or into our offices are safe. And so I just wanted to just touch on some of the safety, safety protocols that we have already, put in place and that we have purchased and that will be ready for when students and staff return. This was just part of my report. We're going to go into a more detailed description when we talk about fall 2020. Again, just going over the next steps. These were the steps that that I've shared in previous meetings that we this is going way back when where we monitor and define the distance, refine the distance learning program. We had graduations, right? All those went off without a hitch. We've been serving meals. We're still serving meals. Even today, we're still serving meals to our families and community members. We're continuing to do business. Our facilities are continuing to be maintained. And back when I presented this, we were beginning to develop the plans for fall 2020. And later on in this meeting, we'll present that plan, July 15th, 2020 meeting. I wanted to take a few minutes, and I just wanted to just talk about the leadership of the district. And I know, with me leaving, there may be some uncertainties or whatnot about who's going to step in and be the next superintendent. But it really goes, the leadership of the district really rests on the shoulders of the board. And I cannot speak enough about the strong commitment that the board has to students and staff. This board is united, and they are committed to making the best interests, making decisions that are in the best interest of all stakeholders. They have given clear and concise direction of what their and I have a typo there. Sorry about that. They have given clear and concise directions with an equity lens. So again, they practice inequity. So what is good for all students? What is good for all staff? It's not just the teachers who they're concerned with or the principals. They're concerned with everyone. We really wish that, at every meeting, they ask for that CSEA input because they want to hear from CSEA. They want to hear the successes and challenges that our CSEA members are experiencing. So at every single board member, whether it's been President Lawson or President Fox, they're continuing to ask for that CSEA input because of that equity. And their governance is strong. Now, we as a board and superintendent, we have gone through several different governance trainings where we have learned how we best work together. Each one of these 5 board members has a very specific passion that they are absolutely passionate about. But however, how we actually, even though we're the leaders of the district, we have to work together to be able to find ways that passion doesn't just become their only drive, right? So how do we work together to make sure that all voices are heard and that we're truly working towards what's best for the district? And so that board leadership, we are in good hands under the direction of this board. And I just want to highlight some of the some of the things that we've done over the last since this board took over. Vallejo is in a positive financial standing. I mean, we are never going, to be in a place until we pay off that loan where where it's all roses, as all public schools are experiencing in California. We have our challenges. However, when I came into the district 3 years ago, we were at risk of going through receivership from the state. And from the decisions of this board, we have really been set on a positive financial direction, because again, the board gives direction to the superintendent, and then I work with staff, and it's really that staff and board sort of relationship where we're seeing our success. Our labor relations over the past few years, we've given increases of what we could. We have strong labor relations. I know we're working through things now, but the relationship between the board and labor is strong. The labor is at the board's priority. We've been having to do the difficult decisions of right-sizing the district. And so again, with closing, Wiedemann, the teachers and community and students, they loved Wiedemann Elementary School. Closing that school was heart-wrenching on all who were involved. And so, we've closed Wiedemann. We've had to move John Finney High School. Just recently we had to close Beverly Hills. We had to close Franklin. I mean, these are decisions that are gut-wrenching. However, it's good for the district, and it really is setting the district in the right place. This board has also been following the CSBA guidelines when it comes to governance and when it comes to making decisions. So the California School Board Associations puts on trainings, and our board members, and whether they're attending trainings or whether they're taking classes on equity or whether they're reading publications or participating in webinars, they are working close with CSBA and following those guidelines. This year is going to be the first time we have an election where trustee voting areas come into play. And so this is something else that this board, really took the decision on that. We've established a strong pipeline of leadership and trust where the staff trust the board decisions. I mean, that is paramount in moving forward. This board is now overseeing our facilities bond and making sure that the bond is, that the bond is truly doing what the law says that we need to do with the bond. The bond has been laid. It was laid out on the ballot when we put the bond on the ballot. On the ballot, it says the money will go to these entities, and these are the things that the money will be used for to repair. And this board is ensuring that is happening, and that is what we are doing with our bond. There's also been a focus from this board on our academics. Now, of course, that takes everyone. Our teachers, our principals, our support staff, our custodians, our lunch personnel, site safety. All of them contribute to the academics and really setting that high expectation for us academically. Technology, as we had to go out in distance learning, because of investments that we've made into technology and because of those decisions, that have gone towards technology, we are able to meet that challenge to embrace distance learning and do the best we can. I also want to highlight special education. And the reason why I highlight special education is because those are our most vulnerable students. And continually, our most vulnerable students, we have to make sure that we care for these students and that we make sure that we're taking care of them. And so, yes, it costs more money to educate kids who have additional needs. And this board each time has met those challenges, and staff has really carried out that mission of really meeting the needs of all of our students. And again, our goal is to get back to what the picture is. Now, when we look at these pictures now and we see all those kids together, everyone's probably going, oh no, we can't do that. But those are who we work for. We work for those students, and again, the leadership of this district is focused on those students and those who support those students. So just in closing of my, of my superintendent's report, I just want to this was just a picture as I was just reflecting, and I think this just really is, a picture of leadership, and it's leadership from the board to the superintendent to staff, and then those who we actually serve. And so, I've been fortunate during my time here in Vallejo. We have an amazing staff. The staff here in the district office, at the school sites, our teachers, our classified staff, our principals. I just cannot say enough about the teamwork and about the dedication and focus that has taken place. And although it saddens me to leave, I know that this district is in good hands. And with that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. All right. We are now on agenda item 8, consent items. Do I hear a motion?
Trustee, President Fox, may I'd like to have 8.4.2 be removed for discussion.
4.2?
Yes.
8.4.2, you mean?
8.4.2. That's the
approval of certificated management job description.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, do we hear a motion?
I move approval of all the items on the consent calendar except for 8.4.2.
Thank you, Trustee Lawson. Do we hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gardner,
Aye.
Trustee Gross,
Aye.
Trustee Lawson,
Aye.
Vice President Ubaldi,
Aye.
President Fox.
Aye. So, Vice President Ubaldi, you want to start discussion on 8.4.2?
Yes, sir, please. I'm concerned about it seems like this is a new position. And I feel that if we are to add this new position, I feel that we should reserve this for the new superintendent. I don't know if this is how much this position is needed at this point. And I just question another added administration in the district office. And so I just put a reservation to move and approve this item at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I could respond. So if I could get, if we can mute our mic until it, I know it's tough because we're all going to be, we're going to be talking while we're muted, but there's a high level of feedback. So I just want to address Dr. Ubaldi's concerns is that this position has actually already been approved and filled. What this is an update to the job description of this position. And again, just to remind the board of what this position basically does is as the laws and requirements of charter oversight have increased from the state, it was recommended to VCUSD from the Solano County Office of Education that instead of having Ms. Summers, Dr. Patrick, Mr. Romeo, and Mr. Vargas all sort of overseeing charter schools, the charter schools that we oversee, having them oversee those schools. They wanted those responsibilities sort of put together under one person so that one person had the responsibility of doing that. However, with that said, we have, we only have Caliber and MIT and Griffin. So we have 3 or so charter schools within the district that we oversee. There was still going to be additional work for that person to do. And so with this job description, we updated the job description to include many more responsibilities beyond that. So not only will this person be responsible for overseeing charter schools, but they'll also have responsibilities of supporting school sites and supporting principals and supporting instruction and making sure that policies and procedures are in place throughout the district. So again, this is just approving the job description.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, for that clarification. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Trustee Lawson.
Yeah, sometimes it makes it a lot more simple if this is some job. Who is filling this position right now? It makes it a little easier to figure out who they are and what they're doing.
So Brian Spears, who was the principal at Franklin, and instead of laying him off or having him bump into someone else, he was appointed in this position.
Thank you. And I would move approval of 8.4.2.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gardner,
Aye.
Trustee Gross,
Aye. I thought I felt muted.
Trustee Lawson,
Aye.
Vice President Ubaldi,
You're muted.
Nay.
that was a nay. Okay. President Fox,
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on from our consent items. I think we need to mute our mics again because there's a lot of feedback.
I mute mine.
Okay, so let's see where we are on the agenda now after consent items. 10.1, is that correct?
10.1.1, yes, sir.
All right, so fall 2020 and beyond. This is informational only.
Yes, so again, just we have considerable comments on this, and so what I will do is I will go ahead and introduce the item. Would President Fox, would you like comments, or would you like the presentation first? How would you like to go through this?
Why don't we do the presentation? Well, does the board have any favor? I'm fine with hearing the presentation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Presentation first.
Okay, so I just, again, when we went out on March 13th, that was some time ago, and unfortunately, we wanted to bring our students back before the conclusion of the school year, and that was not possible, and then we moved into summer, and then all focus began on fall 2020, on what our schools were going to look like in the fall. Again, I want to share that that this has been a situation that has not left my mind or the mind of staff and parents and students since March. And so I think that all of us have kind of maybe hit our COVID limit, right? We have been talking COVID for months on end. And it's also very difficult to come up with a plan of action when the targets keep changing and the guidelines keep changing and the news keeps changing. And so any plan that we would have put together in, say, June 6th, it was not going to be appropriate now. Any plan that we actually put together today is probably not going to be appropriate. When we submitted this plan for to be posted on the board agenda, which we have to do a week behind. So on Wednesday, this plan was submitted last week, and it had been being worked on for about the last week. Things have now changed just drastically in 1 week. And so what we knew, because we do learn from watching what's happened in this process, is we had to submit a plan that was fluid. And that means that It is applicable to having 100% of our students back. It's applicable to 75% of our students back at a time, 50% or 100% distance learning, or even a virtual option for parents who, if we were bringing students back on campus, giving parents an option and staff an option, if we had medically fragile parents or staff, students or staff to be able to be placed in. However, but what this plan does do and what it does include, it's tied to our LCAP throughout. And it also has guiding principles that no matter if we're in distance learning or full students coming back, the plan addresses it. It really sets the tone for that. Now, of course, we are going to have to work together to implement any sort of instructional model possible. And that means, and I know, the VA President Steele used, in his letter, he kept using the word management. We really don't see it as management. We just see it as a partnership. There's a partnership. There is not a us and them in this district. We all have to be together in this. And so we have this, we've submitted this plan. We understand that distance learning in the spring is not conducive to our students. And what I mean by that is, if you look at our test scores, if you look at the social emotional levels of our students, if you look at the rates of trauma within our community, distance learning does not work for our students. However, we came together in the spring and we did the best we could, and we put together a model, and our teachers, they worked very hard. Our support staff worked very hard at doing the best that they could to meet the needs of our students. Technology, food service, everyone came together on this. And so, however, going forward, if we have to go to a 100% distance learning model, it cannot be what it was in the spring. It has to be, well, first of all, there's legislation that says it can't be that. So it really doesn't matter, what I recommend or what the board is directing us to do. There's certain guidelines we have to follow. So I just want to kind of give that prelude. I know we're all scared, right? I know none of us want to get sick. We don't want any students to get sick. We don't want any staff to get sick. However, it is student behavior, it is human behavior that is going to either increase our chances of getting sick or decrease them. So the measures that we are going to put in place, regardless of whatever system was set up, it's going to depend on the humans making the right decisions and following the guidelines that have been out since March about how to protect ourselves and others from contracting COVID-19. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Summers. I'm going to share my screen, Ms. Summers, that has the report, and then I'm going to turn it over to you. And I'll jump in at any point if need be.
Thank you,
Sounds good.
No, superintendent's report. Hold on 1 second here. Reopening. Hold on. Okay.
All right. So if we can go on to the first slide that's about context. And what I wanted to share with the board is that as we created this plan, we drew heavily on 4 different kinds of information. And the first was, of course, our LCAP goals, which Dr. Clark has already talked a bit about and shared. The second piece was stakeholder feedback. And I know that there's been some discussion about that. So I wanted to take you through the different kinds of things that we did to engage our stakeholders. And the first one really started back in March to June, when we created what we called a parent care team and a student care team. And those were teams at the district level that engaged with parents and students on a regular basis. And the intent of that was really to provide support But as we were having those conversations, we realized that the kinds of information that we were gathering about what was working for parents and students and what was working as well as what wasn't working well was a really important repository of information that we could draw on as we moved forward. So we started to collect and keep that information so that we could use it to help us moving forward. Secondly, what we did is before we closed down school for the 1920 school year, we wanted to make sure that we accessed information from our parents, from our students, and from our staff. And so we asked them through a survey to both reflect on what worked for them and what they thought the areas of strength as well as the areas of need and their perceptions of distance learning from March to June, as well as to provide us with information about what their preferences were and what they were comfortable with around how we might open school as we moved into the 2021 school year. So we asked questions about what people's preferences were around different schedules, what people were comfortable with around the wearing of personal protective equipment and social distancing. And Dr. Clark shared that information several board meetings ago, but I wanted to just put out a reminder there that we had a very positive response to those surveys. We had over 29 responses from our parents. We had 571 responses from our staff, and we had 1,584 responses from our students. Third, also during the middle part of June, we also put together a work group that was made up of teachers, a representative from VEA, and some principals, as well as some district support staff, to look at what a robust distance learning program would look like for our K-8 students. And so we asked that group to look at what scheduling might look like, what instruction might look like, what kinds of materials might be used. And we focused on that those K-8 grade levels because we had experience with distance learning through our independent study program in the past, but we had not had the same experience with our K-8 program. So we took an in-depth look at that with that work group. Next, we worked with our principals during the week of June 15th through 19th. We had 3 days with the principals where we focused solely on what kinds of things would be most important for us to put in place as we thought about the 2021 school year. And so the principals spent one of those 3 days looking at documents that were primary guiding documents from public health officials, as well as California Department of Education and Solano County Office of Education, so to really ground themselves in what the facts were and what the official guidance was. In addition to that, they spent a great deal of time combing through the survey results and looking at not only the numerical data, but also the comments and pulling out trends about what our staff and what our families and what our students were telling us was important to them around the opening of school. And then they ended that day with coming up with their own recommendations based on what they felt was important as principals, based on what staff was saying, and based on what students and families were saying in terms of what was important around health, around the instructional program, and really just around all aspects of what school might look like around a number of different scenarios. In July, Dr. Clark held a town hall, and then throughout the summer, the HR and the team have been engaged in negotiations with CSEA, and we began negotiations with VEA in late June. So those are the things that happened around that stakeholder feedback. I've already talked about how we've used that official guidance from state and local public officials. But in addition to that, we've also utilized quite a few documents that were put out by various county offices outside of ours, in particular, LA County Office of Education and San Diego County Office of Education, which put out very extensive, detailed documents that help to inform our planning, as well as plans for not only districts within our own county, but districts in other counties that had thought about things that we thought might be useful in our own planning. So that's the context within and the documents that we drew on in terms of putting the plan together. Our LCAP goals we find are just as important in this, if not more important, in this environment as they have been in any other environment. So everything that's in our plan you're going to see is aligned to those three goals. Dr. Clark talked a little bit about our guiding principles, and what we found as we looked back at and looked at the feedback around and thought about what the needs were during this time, not only during social distancing, but also might be important no matter what kind of model we might be using as we're going through the various stages of this pandemic. And we found that the pandemic was shining a light on some things that have always been important, but are especially critical to pay attention to as we begin to plan for what school will look like next year. And so you'll find each of these 5 ideas and principles threaded throughout our document. And now I just want to take you through and highlight a couple of things, a couple of the highlights that you'll find within each of our plan, each of the areas of our plan. And again, our plan is divided into 3 sections, a group of objectives that are tied to each of the 3 LCAP goals. So the first goal around parent and community engagement, we wanted to ensure that we had systems in place that would provide parents with options, and to make sure that even if we were not moving towards an option where distance learning would be what all students would be engaged in, that we wanted to provide that as an option for parents that wanted to take advantage of that for their families. We know that there are families with students that have medical needs or perhaps other needs, and so we wanted to provide that option. Secondly, we wanted to make sure that we were communicating on a regular basis with our parents and creating a personal connection with each of our parents. So we put some systems in place so that we have both district staff as well as site level staff, making sure that we connect either before school or early on in school with all of our parents and families to make sure that they understand what their options are, to make sure that whatever option it is that they're participating in, that they have access to the technology or whatever else they might need to be successful. Moving on to goal 2. So our safe, supportive, and engaging school environments. And this is where you'll find the actions that relate back to that equipment that Dr. Clark had shared that's been ordered, as well as the processes and protocols that we're putting in place to make sure that that equipment is used properly. So our processes that we're putting be putting in place to make sure that there's training for staff and students around how to use that personal protective equipment? How we'll be making sure that students and staff are social distancing? How we'll be regulating access to the campuses? All of those things that have to do with the additional safety measures that we'll be putting in place are shared in this section. And then secondly, the social emotional learning. We know that when we're serving our students, whether we're serving them face-to-face or whether we're serving them in a distance learning model, that we will have students that have been in isolation or perhaps have been exposed to have felt some trauma, depending on what's going on. So we've created a social emotional learning plan and identified actions and strategies that will be in place on all of our campuses and in all of our classrooms. And we've included that in the appendix of our plan, and we'll ensure that that's in place so that our students are supported both on campus and off campus, because we know that that's going to be a need. And I just wanted to make a connection to our systemic instructional review, that this work actually came out of that strategic action plan that we shared with you several months ago that was tied to that review, where also we had stakeholders involved in engaging with those that conducted the review and helping us to decide on what kinds of things we needed to put in place for our students. And then finally, with our third goal, which is our academic goal, which is ensuring that when our students leave us, they're prepared for where they're going on next. And the high leverage instructional strategies, what we know is that in some of the instructional time is always precious time. But with some of the options that we may have less face-to-face or teachers to student interaction than we might have under other circumstances. And so we've designed tools to put in place to ensure that we have high leverage strategies that are in place in all of our schools and across all of our classrooms. So when we worked with principals back in June, we ensured that we were going to have certain activities and strategies that were going to be in place across all of our classrooms, and that we also had identified the high leverage key standards, places in our curriculum that we wanted to make sure that we focused on, so that the things that we were putting in front of students would be the most critical pieces of the curriculum in order to make sure that they're prepared for the next semester and the next grade level. So a very targeted approach to curriculum. Second, we've realized that our assessment and our interventions, that multi-tiered systems of support, is going to be more critical than ever, because we know that we're going to be faced with students that have learning gaps. And so we've been working hand in hand with the Solano County Office of Education to put together some very robust tools to make sure that we have those things in place, and we'll be ready to implement them when our students return to us on August 17th. And then finally wanted to mention, one slide back, previous slide, is that you'll notice that this plan does not recommend any particular option. This plan outlines a number of options because what we believe will be true of this year is that we will need our success for serving our students will be depending on our ability to pivot between different instructional models as the pandemic brings different challenges to us. And so we have laid those out, and we are prepared to make sure that that we can do that very quickly, so that we don't have the kind of gap, albeit was a short one, that we had back in March when we had to put distance learning in place. And then just the very last section of our plan is some more detailed information that is tied to the more general objectives. And I would anticipate that as we build out more of our plan, we'll be adding to this section. But right now, what we have are just our more detailed versions of our instructional priorities and our social emotional learning plan, and then some sample schedules to give people an idea of what the sample schedules might look like in real time. So that those pieces are the pieces that have to do with the plan. These next slides have to do with what school might look like on August 17th. And so I wanted to pause here just for a moment and see if there were, before we go on to the more specific, what are our options for moving forward for August 17th, questions about the plan itself.
I just have a comment. I think that I love how you explained all the stakeholders that were involved, and you actually gave timelines. So that was wonderful. And I think I'm hoping the public really hears the key word fluid, that this is changing, and everything's dependent upon the county, the health department, the governor. So we're trying to do as best we can with all the options and keep being fluid with our plan. So Ms. Summers, thank you so much. And any comments or questions so far? I guess not. So please
Right.
continue, Dr.
And
Clark.
I just wanted to just chime in real quick. Again, you know, we know, and we've been following this on a daily, hourly basis. And so we know if we would have come today and said, this is exactly what we're asking, and this is what we're recommending, more than likely it's going to change. However, we do need to start, we really do need to start planning. We need to, either one way, sometimes you just have to just make a stake in the ground and say, let's start here. And then you can kind of plan and pivot around it. So what we are asking for as we go through these next sections is we're going to ask the board, there's no sort of formal vote that we're looking for, but we're just looking for direction of where the board, would feel comfortable in us really setting that stake in the ground of this is where we are, this is where we believe we will be on August 17th. And so start planning for this. And then we know it's fluid. We know we have to work, with our families and students and more, and we're going to have to work with our employee groups. We're going to hear a lot of comments coming up from our teachers and things of that nature. And so I want to commend Ms. Summers on how she, really just laid the foundation out for our way of thinking here. So again, we will continue on.
All right. So I included this slide because I just wanted to give us a picture of where we were back in the spring. So on March 4th, that's when the state of emergency was declared. And I don't think at that point, a lot of us even knew what that might mean. And within 40 days, we had to go from that point to on April 14th, where we opened a full distance learning program for all of our students. All of that happened in a 40-day period. And then I juxtapose that against where we are right now. On July 10th, when you received this in your board packet, we were 38 days away from the first day of school. So when you think about how much things changed and how much we learned between that March 4th to April 14th, we have to realize that it's possible that we are going to learn and things may change within that period of time as well. And when you looked at this probably on Friday, just think about how much things have even changed within the last several days. So just keeping that in mind, that is even more so why we need to remain fluid and flexible. And so if we go on to the next slide, and I'll probably just stay on this one. This and the next 4 slides really lay out in a very general way what the 4 options really are. And that is that all of our students are in, we're 100% face-to-face. We can do a couple of different kinds of hybrids. One way, and you've probably heard of other plans that includes this, is that we can do a hybrid where we have some of our students coming to school every day. And those would be our students that are within our most vulnerable student groups, perhaps our special education students, our unduplicated students, our homeless youth, our foster youth, our recent immigrants, our English learners. And then other student groups may be coming every other day. Or another way to look at a hybrid is that everybody is coming every other day, or you've probably seen schedules where there's an AM, half the students come in the AM and half come in the PM. And then finally, we've got the 100% distance learning. As of last week, as Dr. Clark said, that red arrow was pointing to that equity-based hybrid place, knowing that that red arrow, depending on what happens in our environment, can slide more towards the green or more towards the bright red. And so just with that in mind, and then the rest of the slides are really just different. We had looked at different options based on the size of different school. So smaller schools would be more able to have more students on campus versus larger schools would be closer to the orange and the red because of the needs of their students. So given that, we'd like to put it in the hands of the board and just allow you to have a discussion about what kinds of options you think are what your thoughts are about where we go next.
So President Fox, you think this would be a good time to hear from the comments? Yeah, okay.
Yes, before you do though, I want to say we've been inundated with emails, and I want the public to know that this board and the staff, our first priority is our safety to our staff and students and families. So I know people are scared, but we are all working together, and we're going to continue to work together. Like Ms. Summers said, things are fluid. Things just changed from the governor 2 days ago. It can change today, it can change tomorrow. So even though people are scared, please trust we as board members, your safety and our staff and student safety is our #1 priority. So thank you, Dr. Clark. Go ahead.
All right, so this is from, and I apologize ahead of time if I mess up on anyone's name, but this is from Laura Iartardi. I probably got that wrong. Dear VCUSD board, teachers are scared. We're updating our wills and life insurance. Cases are rising in Vallejo and Solano County, not to mention the whole country. Solano County is on the governor's hot list for coronavirus cases. The USA has more deaths than any country in the world, and it's still rising. According to the New York Times, internal CDC documents warn full reopening of schools is highest risk for coronavirus spread. I love to teach, love the kids, genuinely care about giving them the best education, but do I have to risk my whole life? You want me to go from stay at home, social distancing, wearing a mask, standing on tape, six feet apart, to teaching 16 to 32 kids at once in a small classroom? I'm terrified. Please, no. We are highly educated. We read the articles. We follow the rules and the science. So how does it make sense to say everyone in California follow these science-based protocols except teachers? Do we have plexiglass shields like in grocery stores to put around us or around the children? Have you updated our air systems? Also, now they have discovered COVID-19 is airborne. It's more than droplets. So would that even be enough? We need more than hand sanitizers and a mask at this point. Also, why wasn't our VEA teachers union part of the discussion or decision-making process? Why don't we get a say in this matter that is affecting our lives? Please don't put us back in classrooms until there's a vaccine and you can guarantee our safety. Respectfully. This is from Jeremy Cooper. Public comment. My name is Jeremy Cooper and I teach students in special education at Vallejo Charter School. Please work alongside Kevin Steele, president of the Vallejo Education Association, to form a plan to get back to school in the fall and keep students and employees safe. The governor has praised districts for planning on distance learning in the fall, and this should be considered as a real option for VCUSD. Thank you. Deborah Sears. I'm submitting comments for the 7:15 board meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback to the fall 2020 plan. Several positive areas to highlight: connection to LCAP goals and expanding guiding principles, overall safety and safety practices, social emotional learning strategies and tactics. It addresses many questions I emailed previously and the issues that our schools are facing. Some concerns and questions: collaboration with stakeholders. Did teachers, staff, parents actually collaborate in writing the draft? Feedback is not collaboration and produces plans that lack buy-in from stakeholders. High school options need clarification. Can we choose the distance learning option at Vallejo High School even if hybrid is adopted? Will we be required to attend face-to-face? How is the ISP option different from ISP as independent study option different from distance learning? Health and safety preventive measures do not include testing or recommendation to quarantine prior to the start of face-to-face. Too much risk. Were high school courses evaluated to determine which should be delivered face-to-face, such as labs, engineering, etc., versus online? Suggestion: improve health and safety measures. Reopen high schools under distance learning. Stage 1 and continue through December. No pivoting during a semester. Allow families to remain at their high school sites with distance learning option, even if during stage 2 hybrid option. Obtain support letters from primary stakeholder groups, BEA, CSCA, DLAC, PTAs, SSCs, etc., to demonstrate everyone understands and supports the plan. Thank you. Thank you. This is from Liz Deischler. I would like the following to be read at board meeting on agenda 10.1. It is vital to include teachers in the collaboration process of district policy, for it is those teachers that must implement and defend district decisions to students, parents, and other community members. Teachers are the front line when taking criticism from the community, and you cannot expect their support and buy-in if you do not let them in on the process. This is from Narissa Contway. Dear Vallejo school board members, as a Vallejo resident and parent of a VCUSD student, I'm writing to express my belief that VCUSD should make plans to continue with 100% distance learning until it is truly safe to resume in-person schooling. If the superintendent's report on June 24th, in the superintendent's report, it was stated several times that the job of our district is to educate our students and then to find the safest and most responsible way to do that. However, as a parent and educator myself, I respectfully and strongly disagree and actually believe that the opposite is true. As a district, we have to put the safety of our students and staff first and then find the best possible way to educate our students. Children cannot learn if we put them into an environment where they are scared of getting sick and dying. For months, it has not been safe to eat at a restaurant indoors or go to a movie. Both of these activities last 2 hours at most and are relatively easy to ensure physical distancing. Yet we are considering sending our children and staff into classrooms for 6 hours a day, where it will be nearly impossible to ensure physical distancing. These restrictions on indoor gathering combined with increasing infection rates should make it abundantly clear that holding in-person school cannot be done safely at this time. Another point made in the superintendent's report during the June 24th board meeting was that Dr. Clark didn't think the state would allow districts to continue 100% remote learning. This is not the case. During the past week, several districts all across the state have been announcing plans to continue with full remote learning because it is the safest option. Things are changing rapidly, and many of the presumptions that were made just a few weeks ago no longer hold true. During the town hall meeting on July 1st, it was stated that Black and Hispanic students will suffer the most from not being in school. While this is true and absolutely needs to be addressed, the presentation left out the fact that it is also minorities and communities of color that have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Students shouldn't have to risk their lives to get an education. We should be coming up with safe ways to address issues of hunger, social isolation, depression, etc. It is my belief that VCUSD should make plans to continue with 100% distance learning until it is truly safe to resume in-person schooling. Hopefully, the recent increased restrictions in our county due to rising infection rates, combined with the decisions of many school districts across the Bay Area and throughout California to continue with distance learning, have made it clear that the only safe choice at this time is to continue with distance learning. The health and safety of VCUSD students and staff should be our #1 priority. Sincerely. Kevin Steele. We are in the middle of unprecedented times. Every time we turn on the news, the people who are the so-called experts seem to be telling us something different. The uncertainty has everyone on edge. We all know that everything can change at a moment's notice. Back in March, we took our formal teaching training, which has taken over 100 years to develop, and turned it 180 degrees into crisis distance learning model. Which, while that was far from ideal, teachers and staff rocked it for our students. The public narrative up until two days ago was how to open school up in an in-person model. Teachers have been asking to be included in creating the plan. Classified staff have been asking to be included in creating the plan. Parents and community members have been asking about the plan. While in negotiations, we have asked many times to talk about the reopening plan. Unfortunately, the district management was not prepared to talk about it. What showed up in the board packet last Friday was a draft proposal for school reopening. What got lost in translation is that it is a draft proposal. When teachers saw this, the majority of them exploded over the fact that this was not produced from collaboration. I talked to CSEA members to learn that they were not collaborated with. I have had parents come talk to me thinking that that was the plan. Community members have come talk with me thinking that was the plan. I have talked to 3 of the board members to voice teachers' concerns that this was not produced with collaboration. Sending out surveys is good, but that is not collaboration. Talking to teachers is good, but that is not collaboration. Talking to community members is good, but that is not collaboration. Our students and their families need to know that educators' voices and expertise has informed all classroom learning environment plans. Decisions and plans to reopen schools must be based on science and age-appropriate educational best practices to maximize student health and safety. It was very irresponsible for the district office to submit a reopening draft that is not the product of collaboration. It was very irresponsible for the district office to cause the undue panic for teachers who are in high-risk category, especially when the pandemic came from reading, when the panic came from reading a document that was not a product of collaboration. Going forward, we expect that BEA members and representatives will have a voice and be partners with district management in the creation of reopening plans. We also expect these plans will protect our students, families, and staff's health and safety. Any plans for the 2020-2021 school year would necessitate a change in working conditions. In its haste to present a plan, the district seems to have forgotten that any changes in working conditions are mandatory subjects to bargaining. Our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. I urge the board to reject this plan and direct the district to begin bargaining in good faith on a plan that works for those most intimately affected by working in classrooms. Good evening.
Oh, next one.
It's a new one. This is from Patty Minnow. Good evening, board. I've been a parent within the Vallejo School District for over 16 years. My kids have only attended public schools in Vallejo. My oldest child is a Vallejo High class of 2017 graduate. He was a salutatorian. My youngest child will be a sophomore at Jesse Bethel High School this coming school year. With that said, I beg you to please put the safety of our students and community first as you vote on how to proceed this upcoming year. As you may know, Governor Newsom has pulled back on reopening multiple areas up and down the state, the surge of COVID-19 cases. Ask yourself, if the local government is closing businesses, how in our right mind can we consider having students return to school in any form next month? I encourage the VCUSD district to follow what some of our neighboring cities have decided to do in regards of distance learning for the upcoming year. It is my understanding that Benicia and Brentwood have officially announced that students will not be returning back to school at the start of the respective school year. Rather, they will continue with distance learning. At the very least, the school year should start off with distance learning for the first quarter and reevaluate as things progress. Start focusing on how to effectively and successfully implement distance and virtual learning. Stop kidding yourself and wasting valuable time with all these other ideas that involve having kids on campus. Stop gambling with their health and safety. How would you like it if we gambled with yours? I truly sympathize for families who may not have the flexibility to have their child or children home due to work. But we must consider the ultimate sacrifice if we allow the students to return back to school. Are we willing to sacrifice the health of our children? I am not. If my son, a 20-year-old attending college that I pay a lot of money for, is being told his classes will be virtual for their safety, well, best believe my 10th grader will be distance learning with him. Thank you for your time, and I pray that you make the right decision for the safety of our children and community. Sincerely. That concludes all the comments.
Thank you, Dr. Clark.
You're welcome.
Yes, Trustee Lawson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments that people made as this thing's running like chickens with their heads cut off. To be honest, stuff that was fomented by the VEA leadership. However, excuse me, I'm dealing with a phone that's in the room and I can't turn off. Okay, anyway, but the gist of some of this, when I talk about collaborate, there has to be collaboration in everything. I taught in the Vallejo schools for 25 years. I don't remember ever having the teachers ask, will you guys fix up the master schedule for us? The input was only like, what would you like to teach? End of story. Okay. So in this planning that was done, things like schedule optioning and everything like that, this was not something like, people inventing, inventing a camel. Okay. There's certain functions that do stuff like that. Okay. The other stuff though, as far as the idea of, can we get some input about how to avoid disease and stuff? Yeah, perfectly fine. But all of this, to be perfectly honest, is moot. Around August 15th, it's quite likely, if it hadn't happened before that all of this will come to naught, because the way the trends have been around the country and everything, California's not going to open its schools in August, most likely. What's been done is a plan's been made in case we can open the schools. That's the reality. That is to say that it's in the hands of Gavin Newsom, his advisors, and state officials, more so than our people. Sad to say, we don't get to invent the wheel. Okay, so that's my comment on that. That's one comment on what talk about anybody who uses the word so-called experts usually is somewhat to the right of Ayn Rand. Okay. And the thing is, I'm rather resentful of that. We got a country in which the ability of people that have been put in charge of stuff to have any authority to say on anything. We got Dr. Fauci, they're not even going to send him any letters anymore about what's going on, and that when, this whole thing of so-called experts, people that have certain functions who are doing the best they can. And, we've got to a point where there's nothing factual anymore. It's only opinions. Everything's a big opinion, and so I have a problem with that. I would just say to the VA members and everybody, we're not going to open the schools and get everybody sick. We're not going to open the schools and get the teachers sick. We have some options we have to deal with. If we're going to have to keep the schools closed, we're still going to have to come up with a form of some kind of accountability, like being able to find out who's actually attending the classes and whether they're doing anything, and making sure that there's equity by making sure that those people who don't have access to a Chromebook or a proper computer, if we are on distance learning, can still get it. And if people are living in their car, maybe we have to provide a room at a school with a bank of computers at it where they can come in and, get the instruction. Those are the things we are going to have to be able to do. And that's within the context of just the distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lawson. I saw two hands, Trustee Gardner and Trustee Abaldi. I don't know who was first. Okay,
Guess Baldy wants to go first.
Okay, Trustee Abaldi.
The reason that I just want to start out is that I just got a text here from a press conference from State Superintendent Thurston, and behind him is a picture of Governor Gavin. And it states most California schools shouldn't reopen if COVID-19 trends continue. So that's the headline there. And but my personal comment is that I appreciate the presentation of the superintendent and Ms. Summers to really state that this is not the plan, but these are options that we as a board will consider and recommend to the board. And hearing the comments from the parents and teachers also are very, very helpful. So if I am to make a recommendation at this point for the staff to consider, I would recommend highly that we begin with distant learning and consider all the options, especially the request of the staff and the parents to be part of that so-called collaboration between now, hopefully starting tomorrow, and opening up the school, to include all the stakeholders and plan on distant learning. And comes the first semester that we will review that, or before that, the board will review wherever we are in that fluidity that we're experiencing up and down the state at the moment. And perhaps we will arrive at another possible plan. So we want to consider every input as possible. The fact that people felt that they were not included in that collaboration. So that's where I'm coming from at the moment. And there may be other funding that may come from the state and also the federal. I noticed that there's conversation between Congressman Thompson and Dr. Clark last week in regards to having federal help. And that should be considered also. So I think the longer we consider opening the school, that there would be other resources that may be coming down the pike. So my recommendation as we proceed is have the school will be under distant learning and review that before the first quarter so that the school board can again look at it carefully and to see if we should follow the same policy or change the policy. that would be my recommendation at this point, after listening to the plan, the recommendation of our administration, and listening to the speakers this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice President Baldi. Trustee Gardner.
Okay, I would rather than looking at this as a plan, I would rather look at this as a continuum of best practices for school opening, because it doesn't really identify where we want to go. I mean, it lays out all of the various options for opening schools. I think that we need to make a decision as to where we want to start for our August 17th or 16th. And I believe that it should be distance learning based on the health factors that are going on right now, based on the uncertainty in the state of California as to getting those numbers under control, based on the fear of many of our stakeholders in starting school. I also look at this as an opportunity for the teachers and VEA and CSEA to come to the table and collaborate with, based on this document, with district administration in coming up with plans after the opening. What do we want to see after we open school in a distance learning model? How long will that last? When are we going to continue meeting? You know, are we going to have different target points that we really look at to change the way that we're going to deliver instruction? And then I'd also like to see some type of a real professional development to assist the teachers in opening with a distance learning program. We already understand that it cannot be as it was last year. There have to be steps in there for accountability. There have to be coaching models that need to be looked at. There has to be an incredible amount of support for the teachers to be able to do this right, because we want to be able to deliver a professional product and a well-researched product to our students, particularly those that are the most vulnerable. And we may look at pull-out options even in that distance learning model, where we may pull out and have small group instruction with those most vulnerable populations. But all of that needs to be discussed and collaborated with all of the various units. So those are my thoughts. And I appreciate all of the concerns that the teachers have and that the parents have. I know that myself, if I had to go back to school, if I were still an educator, an administrator, it would be a very difficult decision for me to make. I would want to open up distance learning and then ease into whatever is the next step. So I want to look at this plan as a continuum of best practices. That's my piece.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner.
No, I'm fine. I'm just, you know, I think most of my colleagues have said it. My concern, and I have said this from the beginning, we have to get all this done before August 17th.
Right.
And that's a boatload of stuff. I think that you know, whether we start with 100% distant learning or whatnot, which is probably the most sensible thing, that it's you know, legally it's spelled out what that has to look like. We do need to talk to unions. There's a lot of stuff that has to be done, and I'm just saying the clock is ticking, and we need to really make it or break it. I mean, we have to do it right. We have one chance. One chance.
We have 33 days, Trustee.
And so
I'm going to talk for a little bit, or do you want to go first, Dr. Clark?
Well, I just wanted to chime in quickly and just say that you know, when we talk about collaboration, I mean, I don't want us to lose the fact that Dr. Patrick and her team has been negotiating with VEA and CSEA, you know, throughout this whole process. And, you know, and all of us read the news, you know, I mean, I know that, you know, CTA has taken a position on this, CSEA has taken a position on this. And so when individuals say, we want to collaborate in this, and then we want to negotiate it also, you know, I would really like to see, you know, that spirit of collaboration coming together, and that really has to happen. And so, you know, again, we're going to have to, you know, negotiate change in working conditions with our with our units, but we have these sessions once a week, and they're for a couple hours at a time, and there are many VEA representatives who participate in these negotiations. And I just want to share with the board that it is tough when we hear, we want a plan, we need a plan, we need to know what's going to happen. And then if we put out a plan that really, who's going to write the plan, right? If we're, teachers are on summer right now, right? Are they going to volunteer to come in and help us write the plan? Or are we going to pay them an hourly rate to come in and write the plan? Are we going to negotiate who gets paid and who doesn't, and things of that nature? But, things have to get done. So if we submit a plan, then people are going to, no matter what plan we submit, people are going to tear it up. There's going to be half that agree with it and the other half that don't. But I just don't want to lose the fact that we have been negotiating in good faith with CSEA. CSEA sent me a letter with 150 questions on it that I had to respond to, and I was happy to. But those are the things, if we were to go through each one of those questions and negotiate that out, there's just really not enough time in the day to get this done. So at some point, either the teachers, CSEA, management, we're going to have to move forward, and we are running out of time within this process. But I would hope that we could at least start from an area of respect and acknowledgement. And I do want to acknowledge that, just again, since I'm talking, I'll be quick though. We had to do an MOU for distance learning with VEA and with CSEA. Then we had to do a agreement with our special education teachers. We had to do an agreement with our counselors. We had to do an agreement with our child care providers. So it's just been, these things are happening. So to say there has been no collaboration, I really don't think that's fair to the individuals on the CSEA bargaining group and on the VEA bargaining group, and with our HR staff and HR team that has been going through this. So anyway, I just wanted to just put that out there and acknowledge that. But I understand everyone is scared. Everyone wants what's best. And I think together we can accomplish so much. But if we get into this finger pointing mode with us against them and this isn't happening, we're really going to spin our wheels, and our kids are going to be the ones that ultimately suffer. I'm sorry, President Fox, but I just wanted to just chime in.
Don't be sorry, Dr. Clark. I agree with everything you said. For the last of the discussion, I just wanted to, I'm in a unique position since I am a teacher. And I think most of you know I teach third grade. Well, I want to see my new third grade students on the first day of school. I want to build a relationship and trust. I want to find out which ones are my English learners. I want to find out which are my resource students. I want to find out which ones need more support. I want to find out which parents have concerns about their child learning maybe in math or learning in how to read, or their reading level is lower or something like that. For me not to go back and have the interactions with the students and their families, it leaves me with a huge gap, because those second graders that are coming up to me, they did not have school since March 13th. And since March 13th, their education was very spotty because there wasn't grades. Some of them did not attend the distant learning. So there's a huge gap that they really didn't even finish the school year. So now I'm getting second grades come to me as third graders. They've seen me on campus, but they don't really know Mr. Fox. I don't know them. There's not a relationship. There's not trust. I also don't know how they work with technology. And that's a huge piece, because until I can get their email username, I can figure out all their passwords, and I can guide them one-on-one as a human being how to log in and access the curriculum and technology to be able to do Google Classroom, to be able to do all the different units that are going to be in Google Classroom to access. I'm at a huge loss. So for me, I'm hoping you're hearing my perspective. I was praying that COVID would die down during the summer. And I was hoping to at least start off with my students, even if it was AM, PM, Monday, Tuesday, whatever. At least they got to know me. I got to know them. I was able to explain how to use technology so that in case COVID went up, they would be ready. They would have a base. And that base would help them at least be somewhat successful at home with their parents. But that's not the reality. Just this week, actually since Memorial Day, now since 4th of July, everything keeps changing and the numbers are getting worse. So our reality is, I don't get to see, my reality is I'm not going to get to meet those upcoming third graders. That saddens me and causes me huge frustration on how I'm going to do my job effectively. Don't even talk about engagement or learning. How am I even going to get them on a device? How am I going to help them even figure out where Google Classroom is on the internet? So there's so many variables. It's so overwhelming, and it hurts my heart that now I'm realizing this is the way it's going to be. It's going to be distance learning. So I'm going to do the best I can. I know the teachers and our Vallejo schools will do the best they can, but there are so many obstacles in our way. None of us has been through this before. I'm going to be 53 years old. I've never been through a pandemic. I've been through H1N1. I remember when students got the spray in their nose, I got my shots, and we went through that. We'd use hand sanitizer. We got through that. But this is a lot different than that. So anyways, there's so many layers to this. I'm hoping that the public and teachers hear that we value their safety and of the students and staff the most. I also am high risk. I have asthma. I've been hospitalized for my asthma. I've had 3 sinus surgeries. I'm high risk. I'll be 53, but I still want to go meet my students. And then I have some innovative people in my life, like Dr. Adam Clark, who give ideas outside the box, who says, you know what, John, maybe there's ways to do it and still keep them safe and you safe. So maybe you could at least meet them, but you won't be able to really engage or work with them, but maybe you can meet them in an environment where there's social distancing, maybe outside in the courtyard, maybe in a multi-use room. Maybe at least you can volunteer to go meet them and get that relationship, or maybe with gloves on, hand them a card. They can't see my smile that I'm glad to meet them, but they'll hear it in my voice. Maybe I can hand them a card and say, oh, here's your username, here's your password. We're going to be using Google Classroom. Here's some papers. Here's a few handouts I want you to have that'll help guide you these next few weeks as I'm going to work with you every day through Google Classroom, through the computer. I'm so excited to be your teacher. I want you to stay healthy, but I also need you to learn 3rd grade standards so you're ready for your future. So anyways, I wanted to share my perspective as a teacher and my disappointment. This COVID is hell. We all know COVID is hell. It's killing people. It's so sad, but we're dealing with the reality we're dealing with. So as a team, we're all going to work together and we're going to find the safest way to meet our students' needs and give them the best education we can under the circumstances that we're under. So with that said, I support going with distance learning at this time. I would like to know when there's going to be periodic checks to see through the county, through our governor, through our health departments, how are the numbers? But we also need to have plans how we can gradually go back to one-on-one in school. And I'm glad those options were there, Ms. Summers, for maybe AM, PM, maybe Monday, Tuesday. So hopefully there'll be a vaccine. Hopefully there'll be better medicine to cover. I can't wait for the day that I can do my job in a classroom with students, what I was trained to do, and be effective because I know their needs. Through a computer, I don't know who's struggling. I don't know whose big brother or cousin is doing the homework for them because they're having a hard time doing the work. I don't know who's watching their family, their other kids, because the parent has to go to work. So again, there's so many layers of expectation. And as Trustee Gardner said, what about our homeless students? What about our foster care? What about our students that are second language? We have so many variables. We have to meet their needs. So we have to figure out, maybe there will be some small groups with safeguards in place. I don't know. But I'm worried about them getting farther and farther behind in their education. That's the reality we're dealing with. These kids are slipping farther and farther behind. And that's a reality. And that's a sad reality. So let's go forward with, I hope, distance learning. We're all going to use stakeholders to find out what's best with that. But I also need to remind everyone, our funding is tied to what are the requirements, how many hours, and what we have to do. As Trustee Gross said, we had AB 98, and now we have AB 77. And there's going to be other legislation coming down telling us the parameters, what we must do, not what we can or may do, what we must do. I am so thankful that I have a job that gives me a paycheck every month. I have a job, I have medical benefits. If something happens to me and I go in the hospital, I'm okay. And so are all the teachers I'm talking to right now. But let's think of all the people in the world, in America or the world, who don't have a job, who don't have medical benefits, that don't know where they're going to get food from day to day. So yes, we're scared, but let's also be thankful that our governor and legislators were going to work with us, that we're going to get paid. We get a paycheck. We get benefits. Do you know how blessed I feel I am? I hope you feel the same blessed as I do. Anyways, let's go forward with our meeting. With that, Ms. Summers, do you have more? Oh, Trustee Vice President Baldi.
I think we ought to call you Reverend Fox rather than President Fox from here on. I have a question, Ms. Summers. You keep alluding to that we are going to be guided by LCAP. When was the SB 98 proposed to replace LCAP? And that information has to be submitted to the state, I think, by September 1st. I need some clarification on that.
Yeah, September 30th is yeah. It's not replacing the LCAP. We'll still be responsible for writing an LCAP for next year, but for this year there will be no LCAP. There'll be the learning continuity and attendance plan that must be submitted, and by September 30th. So we'll be bringing that to the board for public hearing, the first meeting in September, and for action, the second meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Would that be part of the discussion with the stakeholders as they reconvene?
Yes, because really what that is it's a plan about how we're opening school.
Okay.
But it's a little late because we will have already opened school. But yes, there are stakeholder engagement requirements attached to that plan.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Fox.
Trustee Gross.
Oh, I'm trying to look on my own hand. Now, Ms. Summers, I'm unclear. We excuse me. The attendance plan is due on the 30th. Is the guidelines due on the 1st? Can you hear me?
Yes. No, the plan is due September 30th.
Right. But so what are they asking for on the 1st of September?
Nothing. Well, definitely not anything to do with that document.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything on the 1st.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anything else before we move on? Ms. Summers, do you have anything else for us?
No.
Dr. Clark?
So yeah, so just to be clear, so VCUSD will be starting the year off in 100% distance learning, and we will be working with stakeholders in developing, what that looks like. Just know we have to negotiate a brand new MOU with CSCA and with VEA. So that's gonna take time, and we have to put together the guidance and the time frame and all of those things, and the board is going to want regular check-ins. So So just as a ballpark figure, can we say that we're looking at the first quarter of distance learning, and we're going to do an official check-in halfway through the first quarter?
I believe, Dr. Clark, you're listening. You listen very well, and I would agree with that fully, and that that the first quarter would be a perfect time, and but give us a few days before we get the information before we act on it.
Right.
Well, we also have trimesters. Different levels have different.
Right.
So that needs to be.
That will be well defined out. But I'm just trying to give staff kind of directions. I want parents.
First quarter.
Which is usually November, right? Around November before December, correct?
August.
Even the time
Before
frame,
that.
Before that.
the time frame will continually be subject.
Yeah.
Thank
We're going to do this for a quarter. Well, maybe you won't do it a quarter. You might do it for the whole year. You don't have no way of knowing. And what I said before, and even when I was commenting before,
It's all fluid.
It's fluid.
It's fluid. It's not fluid because of us. It's fluid
No.
because we're dependent on
Correct.
what the state says and the standard. And
So-
there can be all sorts of things. The feds are going to. Betty DeVos has threatened not to give us any money. We're going to thumb our nose at her because we're California, of course. But you're dealing with all that kind of stuff along the way and working our way around whatever roadblocks the feds put in our way.
Yes, and maybe we'll get blessed with a vaccine, or maybe we'll get blessed with better medication to handle this. We don't know what variables are going to be thrown at us, so let's just keep the dates fluid with check-in as needed or whatever.
Right.
We'll talk and define that.
I think it should be regular check-ins rather than as needed.
So, like,
I mean, there
monthly-
has to be some kind of a timeline. You
what
can't
about
just.
monthly?
Well, so I would imagine that the board is communicated with through a Friday letter every Friday. All departments report out. So I would imagine that that's going to be in your regular updates that would come forward, because that's going to be all we have to update, right? We're not
Right. That's good.
We're not talking about custodial. We're not talk about all these other things. It's going to be all around the distance learning plan. So.
President Fox, what is the plan of Mount Diablo by chance?
We're
moving on. We're moving on. This is VCUSD.
Question. Wait, I need a clarification.
Yeah.
I really need clarification. I've been trying to follow this, and now, and I don't even know if are we doing it. If we're going to 100% distant learning, and
we already said we are.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. If we're going to 100% distant learning, and I'm sure Ms. Summers and Gigi and everybody else understand that the law will kind of help guide us through this process, and again, it has to be fluid and all that kind of stuff. I guess my concern is we have a very short window of time to do this, because this also has to get out to the public. I just want to know, is the capacity there for us to do that? Do we have the willingness on all sides? A lot of things have to come together in a very short period of time, and if we are going to, obviously we're going to go to this 100% distant learning, then I would just want to make sure we can get this right.
Yeah.
And so I just want to know from Ms. Summers and Dr. Patrick, is the capacity there for us to do that? Is there a snag somewhere? I just want to make sure we get it right.
Well, I think that's what we've been talking about for this whole time. We've been talking about our relationship with our employee groups. We've been talking about, working with teachers and CSCA on doing this. Definitely Dr. Patrick and Ms. Summers and Mr. Romeo and Mr. Vargas, as the leadership in the district, we're in this. We're 100% in. We have to get this. We have to get this right, and and so it's gonna get done. I mean, we have to. We have no other choice. Our kids, our families, our teachers, everyone. we need to get this done.
And there's going to be models from the county and models from other districts. So we're going to have more models to look at to go forward as well. Okay, so, okay, wait, we have one more. Okay.
Well, the important thing with the distance learning is we make sure everyone has access. So we're going to have to reissue those Chromebooks. We're just paid for a whole bunch of them on the consent calendar to make sure everybody's got the right kind of computers. And like I said, if there are people in their car, that we provide a place where they can go and sit down with a computer. That's a very small number. But the distance learning mode is probably preferable if you want things to go right, so to speak, as if anything can absolutely go right, is much better than saying having 50% of your VEA members and 50% of your CSEA members call in sick the first day of school. Okay. They're not going to, so that's what makes the distance learning a preferable way to start. To maximize that things are going to start at least in a reasonable fashion.
Vice President Baldi.
Yeah, just for the clarity, who's the point person to call this meeting together, starting tomorrow?
Well, VEA is already bargaining, so it's just going to continue. Aren't you meeting Friday, Ms. Summers, or Gigi? Is Dr. Patrick?
So we have a scheduled meeting on Monday. We will present our proposal for distance learning model on Friday. So they'll have it to review for Monday's session.
President Fox, I'm not talking about the negotiation. I'm talking about where parents are going to be involved, union is involved. I'm talking about the plan for opening on August 17th.
Well, we're not opening. We're going to distance learning. So, and I know the surveys that we have, and then all the feedback and stakeholder information Ms. Summers has shared with us. So Dr. Patrick, when she's working with VEA and CSEA and VSMA, all components, principals, teachers, classified, everyone's going to be working on this together. It's a working document, and things are going to keep evolving and changing as we go on. So it's just going to keep going. Like Ms. Summers said, we have X amount of days before school starts. I have confidence they're already got a good start. They're going to keep going with that. Am I correct?
I'm talking about the parents. You did not include the parents in that.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
All right.
Dr. Clark, were the parent and Ms. Summers, am I correct in that?
Yes, but again, I just want to put this out there, is that as a district, we're responsible for creating the educational program, right? And so we're going to, we're the trained professionals, so we're going to guide this work. The parents are expecting us to do this. We're not going to call our parents in and say, write our distance learning plan. We're going to get input from our parents like we continue to do and like we've been doing. We're going to find out who needs computers, who needs what. But to think that we're going to have a big round table at the district office or at some school site for everyone sitting down to write this plan, we just heard that the teachers and parents don't want people coming onto our campuses. So we can't write a plan through Zoom. I mean, so at some point, someone's going to have to sit down and do these things. And actually, a lot of the things are already in place. Mm-hmm. Teachers have a curriculum that they need to teach. The curriculum is there.
Yes.
So again, I want to respect Dr. Abaldi's questions, but what our job is going to be to communicate this with parents. What we're going to have to deal with is we're going to have to deal with the parents where distance learning is 100% not working for them, and it's not working for their child. So there's going to have to be a lot of emotional and support that we're going to have to provide to our families that distance learning does not help them, right? We have kids who are isolated and who are struggling and who are not doing well at this time. And so we are going to have to use staff to reach out to those families and really help them. And those parents may not be in a situation where they can come and contribute to how many, what type of math lessons, that we need to write. That's what That's what I expect Ms. Summers and her staff, to come up with. We have teacher leaders who we're paying to design these things. They're teacher leaders. So again, we go through this every year in one way or another, whether we're adopting new curriculum or whether we're preparing to open school. We're just opening school in a different fashion this way. And
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Clark. Appreciate it.
Okay, so it looks like we can move on, correct?
Correct.
All right. So this time, I think it's Mr. Vargas. So we're on 10.2 business services, 10.2.1. 2020-2021 state enacted budget update. Take it away, Mr. Vargas.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I have about 30 slides, and I'm going to switch gears from all the conversation and talk about the financial outlook for next year.
Well, that's not going to make us happy.
Well, I think it might. So I'll go through the presentation. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes,
So
sir.
far, yeah.
All right.
We need to mute some of our system here because there's echo coming in.
Everyone except for me and Mr. Vargas, please. Thank you.
Okay.
And Dr. Clark, of course.
So
Go ahead.
going through some of the themes for the enacted state budget, mainly the legislature provided resources and support beyond the Prop 98 requirement, giving one-time federal resources and pension rate relief and promising more in 21-22. As you will see when I go through the slides, there are large amounts of one-time federal funds coming to school districts in this coming year. Also, there were some trade-offs made. Districts can't make layoffs during the school year, although, we got less than 2% COLA. The biggest thing, as I have about 3 slides on, is deferring significant portions of cash. So that is basically saying if we do not get any additional federal funds in the fall, we are looking at cash deferral starting in February all the way through the end of June. And based off of a rough projection, that could be about $30 million in deferred revenue. And like I said, I have 3 slides that kind of shows how the deferrals work. And then, of course, as we've been talking previously, the state budget creates rules for distance learning and in-person and hybrid instruction models as a condition to receive flat funding. So I think it was President Fox that mentioned that whatever instructional model districts go by, we still have guidelines and what we need to follow in order to receive our funding. Moving forward, this is just basically the picture of our funding for the school year for 2021. And so in January, we were looking at a positive $1.2 billion for LCFF. And then we, of course, came, at the May revision, and I gave that update, and that was a dire update, and it, showed that we were projecting a negative $6.5 billion in less funding for LCFF. And then with the enacted budget, basically it's zero because they cut the 10%, or they made the 10% reduction that the governor proposed in May. That is not part of the enacted budget. The second part of this slide basically outlines the different funding levels at the very high state level. So as you can see, in January for 2021, they were projecting an $84 billion revenue stream for schools. And what we ended up with the enacted budget is $70.9 billion. And then as the other 2 rows show, it just basically says, this was the COLA that we were getting. In the May revise, it wasn't funded, and there was the additional cuts of 10%. And then with the enacted budget, basically it's no 10% cut, but no COLA either. And there were never one-time discretionary funds talked about at either the January budget, the May revise, or in the final enacted budget. So as I stated, the funding factors, it eliminates the 2.31% COLA. The two grade span adjustments have an increase of 10.4% for TK through third and a 2.6% for the grades 9th through 12th. And basically these rates that we're looking at on this chart are the same rates that we got in 1920. So it is flat funding. And the biggest thing, I think, and I think I mentioned this in my last update, is the 2021 ADA hold harmless. Basically, that says that we can use our 2019-20 P2 report, which is about roughly 515 ADA more than what the projection that I presented that was contained within the adopted budget. Potentially, with the 10% reduction going away for LCFF and the 0% funding of the COLA, we could see about an $8 million increase with our LCFF. With the hold harmless ADA, so we will be able to count an additional 500 plus ADA for 2021. That could be an additional $6 million. So again, those sound like large numbers, and I'm in the process of just making sure that what I'm reading and what I'm seeing in our LCF calculator is in line with what Mel and the county see. And I'm going to get that confirmation before the August 5th update, because that will be a big swing for Vallejo City Unified in the LCFF calculation for this single year. Just keep in mind, nobody has talked about what the funding will look like for the second year. So we have to assume that we're going to go back to using our projections and what that drop looks like for Vallejo City. So you would see a large decrease in our funding from 2021 to 21-22, because we're potentially going to be able to count an additional 515 ADA over the projection that I use for the adopted budget. The enacted budget also included the CalPERS and the CalSTRS rate buydowns. So for CalPERS, the 2021 rate went from 22.67% to 20.7%. The CalSTRS rate went from 18.4 to 16.15. That roughly was going to equate to about $1.2 million in savings in the first year. We'll run these new rates through the multi-year projection, and we'll get the out-year effects. I don't have those, but at least in the first year, it was roughly about 1.2 million. So that is providing some relief for districts as well. And as you'll see, that the 21-22 rates, those are just projections, but those could change at any time. But when we present the MYP at the 45-day revise, I will be using those as the assumptions. Special education. So we are our own SELPA for Vallejo City. Currently, we are below the 625 per ADA rate that was included in the enacted budget. What that means to us in potential increase is roughly about $400,000 more for special ed moving forward. So we were a winner in this proposal. So like I said, we are projecting about $400,000 in additional funding related to our base funding for special ed. The next slide kind of talks about additional resources for special ed. I kept this slide in there because we are going to experience some increases relative to the low incidence funding that the state is plugging in an additional $100 million into the budget. In brief conversations with our director of special ed, Rachel Chang, that might look like an additional $300,000 for Vallejo City based off our student count. Categorical programs, at the May revise, they were projecting 50% reductions to some of these programs. There were no cuts to categorical programs in the enacted state budget. And we also got flexibilities with how we use our ACES funding in regards to attendance requirements, hours and locations, and student to staff ratios. So here is the biggest, when I talked about federal funding and a big infusion of one-time dollars, it is related to what they call learning loss mitigation funds. So this is separate from the CARES Act funds that I talked about at the adopted budget. The CARES Act funds that I talked about at the adopted budget, we're roughly getting, I believe, 3.7 million, 3.9 million. That is built into our budget already. This is additional funding that the legislature pushed for, that the state didn't have to send it down to schools, but they did. They're sending $1.5 billion related to students with disabilities, based off of school services fiscal report article that is doing some rough estimates on what districts will receive. For Vallejo City, that could be an additional $3 million in one-time funding. And that's related to students with disabilities. The second bullet point is they're plugging in $2.86 billion related to your supplemental and concentration grant funds. For Vallejo City, that projection, which is a large number, could be an additional $6 million in additional one-time funding for the calendar year, fiscal year 2021. And finally, they're pushing in $980 million related to your LCFF apportionment. And that calculation done by school services is roughly $1.8 million. So these funds are coming out. We just got what we call the codes that we budget these funds to, but we have not gotten the confirmation on what our actual allocations will be. So the numbers that I just shared with you are just estimates. That could change, but this is estimates based off our student numbers that School Services of California ran for each district in California. Moving forward, as I talked about earlier, there are employee protections. And basically this slide just talks about that we couldn't use the summer layoff window for non-administrative certificated staff. Also, there are limitations on classified staffing reductions when it comes to custodial, transportation, and child nutrition services. And as I've been saying, that I believe that the biggest piece of this enacted budget is cash deferrals. As you can see, they're looking at deferring cash starting in February 2021 all the way through June of 2021. So that's the top part of this slide. And then the bottom part of the slide basically tells you when you're going to receive those funds. So the deferral in February is projected that we will get those funds in November of 2021. The March deferral, we'll get it in October. The April deferral, we'll get in September. The May deferral, we'll get in August. And the June, we'll get in July. So as I'm stating, or as I'm talking about this is going to be the biggest issue for all school districts, is how we manage our cash. A budget is not the same thing as cash. So you could, like I said, I talked about these CARES Act funds, that $3 million for students with disabilities, $6 million for supplemental concentration, $1.8 million for your LCFF funding. That's a little under $11 million in federal funding, but it doesn't all come at once. It roughly comes about a quarter up front. So that's roughly $3 million that we might get, but the rest of those funds will come on a quarterly basis. And that's just the federal funds. The LCFF funds, as you will see, this is just another example of what we call the money bags and how they move across the fiscal years. But I think this next slide basically tells you, in essence, that we are going to receive 68% of our state aid apportionment. So 32% of the dollars that the state will owe us, we will not get until the following fiscal year. So as we are building budgets, we still need to be cognizant of how we're spending those budgets and how it's related to the cash flow that is needed. Because as you guys are all aware, Vallejo City is one of 3 or 4 districts that has a cash loan with the state of California. And when you run out of cash, that's what happens. And so that's why all the webinars I've been attending, they keep going back to that mantra that cash is king, and that you need to be, I mean, we have our protocols that we have built into, checking our cash on a monthly basis. We are lucky in the fact that we are in Solano County, that we did that constitutional advance where we were front loaded with about, I think it was 25 million plus on July 1st. Those are sitting in our coffers. So if we need to tap into that, we at least got a credit line of $25 million right now. That gets paid back in December. Roughly about 55% of that is paid back in December. And then the additional 45% is paid back in April. And those dates align to when the county treasurer collects property taxes. So really for this district, as we run for Vallejo City, as we run through the new calculations for LCFF, and we'll do the calculations for the cash deferral, potentially, what at the adopted budget, we were looking at a cash issue in April. I would tend to think that we'll still look at a cash issue in April, but it might be even further back, depending on how the cash in our budgets impact how we're projecting how we're going to spend our dollars. When it comes to multi-year projections, as I talked about, we'll run all the new information for 2021, and then we'll update the 2 out years. And these are the things that we need to look forward when we're making decisions about what we're going to buy, how we're going to compensate our bargaining units. So our multi-year drives all our decisions. And like I said, with the influx of additional dollars with the hold harmless that Vallejo City is going to experience, I'm hoping that that's going to help us ride out the storm in 21-22, because as we know today, it is tax day. And so normally, and as I was doing the research for this PowerPoint, the May revision comes out in May because we file our taxes on April 15th. And it wasn't until I did this PowerPoint that I was actually, oh, that's right. So with that being said, we don't know if we are going to get an August revision from the state once they get more data on what the taxes that have been filed as of today. I wouldn't count on it because, with the rise in COVID-19 cases, they've already suspended the legislature, and they're planning to meet at the end of July. So they suspended for 2 weeks. So, we have COVID-19, affecting decisions that need to be made at the Capitol. And then, moving forward, this slide, I kept it there just to kind of show you, because we are a declining enrollment district, but because we are, being held harmless on our ADA, you see that our funding actually is higher than it should be. And then we're going to see that kind of drop in 21-22. So for the multi-year projections, school services is basically saying budget for a 0% COLA, regardless of what the Department of Finance projects. I believe they're projecting increases of 2+% in the 2 out years. So the MYP will be built based off the school services guidance of 0%. We're not building in a 10% reduction, but again, that could change once tax data starts coming out. And then this gives a snapshot of the dartboard that we use to develop our multi-year. Basically, the only thing that's really changed is the funded COLA, and that there is not a 10% reduction relative to 2021, and then the 2 out years that are included in our multi-year. The California lottery projections dropped a little. I believe we were at $153 per ADA. and I believe $51 per ADA for restricted resources. So that was a marginal drop. And again, I'm prepping you guys so you know that, the factors that go into the 45-day budget revision, although it is not required, every district this year should be giving a 45-day revision just based off of all the things that have happened since we, presented our adopted budgets in June. And so that needs to be done by August 13th. And our plan is to bring it to the board on August 5th. And with the 45-day budget revision, we'll be, reflecting the no COLA for LCFF, but no additional cuts, the STRS and PERS rate decreases, the federal funding that we're getting through the CARES Act. We'll be updating the state funding for special education. We'll be adjusting our revenues for lottery, and then just looking at all our overall programs to see if any of our contributions will change when we infuse these new budgets into the 45-day revise. So I just included some, slides that they went through on reopening schools. So we still have, so the requirements for annual instructional minutes and PE minutes are waived. However, the requirements for daily instructional minutes and minimum number of instructional days in the school year are still maintained. And so this is just another slide on instructional days and the minutes requirements. So as I move through these slides, these are things that, I still need to get more information about, but there's going to be attendance protocols that we're going to have to follow. And so, we're still learning on what those look like for us. But that's something that all districts are going to have to plan for, because that was much different than what we did when we closed in March and closed out the school year for 1920. So, but we will be held accountable for doing attendance in some form or fashion. And with that, the audit guide is going to be updated based off those new attendance requirements. And if we aren't following those attendance requirements, then we will, see audit findings that more than likely we'll see dollars attached to them. And so risk to the state budget, the possibility of a revised state budget in the fall is still real. We have continued record unemployment. Our actual revenues could be less than projected revenues. And mainly they're talking about our tax receipts. And then just what will the economy do? If we can have a sustained downturn because businesses are being closed. So those are things that we'll go through over the next few months or longer. And then just for the accountability, I believe Sherry talked about this. So suspended for 2021 is the LCAP. And as we knew it as local control and accountability plan, and then also the California School Dashboard. But required for 2021 is still the LCFF budget overview for parents is still required, and that'll be adopted with the first interim on December 15th or by December 15th. And then as was talked about, the new learning continuity and attendance plan must be adopted by September 30th. And that template should be completed, or at least the target date is that it should be completed and available by August 1st, 2020. Right now, they're in the public comment forum. So CDE is taking public comment on the new LCAP. So, just things to think about. The budget is a lot better than what I presented at the end of June. There's no LCFF cuts. There's ongoing resources for special ed and major one-time resources for learning loss. There's pension contribution rates for the next 2 years. But again, we have cash deferrals. And then there's the protective measures of not being able to lay off staff if needed. And then there's the requirements of, relative to distance learning and, just the uncertainty that we all face, in doing the work that we need to do in educating students. So, they just basically said, follow our local and state health guidance and, monitor that. I think Dr. Clark mentioned, that's a daily thing for all of us. We're all reading those articles. We're all trying to stay up to date. I talked about, today is tax day. So, when that data starts coming out, we're going to start seeing articles, in August talking about are the projections on par? And if they're not, then we'll start seeing the state make adjustments. So our next, without having an August revision or without any new information, our next budget checkpoint won't be until the governor's budget proposal for 21-22, which is supposed to come on January 10th. I don't see that happening. I see us probably getting some kind of update in August or September. So I would anticipate that we will be bringing something when we do the unaudited actuals. That is done in mid-September. That I believe that there will be another update that we'll need to provide to the board and to the community about the financial stability of the district. So with that, I'll take any questions that anybody might have.
Any questions? No?
Just from the spirit of Adrian's report, you sound positive and somewhat bullish. Am I correct in listening?
Well, so I guess to answer your question, Dr. Ubaldi, is I was really surprised. I mean, I thought that we would be a winner with the hold harmless. Like, I didn't know what that would look like. And like I said, that could be an additional $6 million that I wasn't even expecting. The federal funds, that is a large dollar amount. And the trick to this is some of those funds need to be spent. And I think the big majority of it, the 6 million plus in funds, need to be spent by December 2020. So we can go all the way back to March 13th to write off expenditures. And so this is going to be a big shell game when we close out the books. And honestly, as I've described to some of my colleagues, I love numbers and I love moving things around. And so my optimism is I'm excited to see how we can make, utilize these funds and use them within the time frame that we need to. At the same time, building up an unrestricted base fund balance to help the district get through not only this year, but to get us through the 21-22 year. Because if you think we're uncertain now, it is very uncertain about the second year of our MYP. So I'm cautious too, because some of these numbers just seem so large to me that I'm still taken aback, when I get all this information. And I just want to make sure that what I plug into the multi-year is accurate and that it's been verified, not once, twice, but like 3 or 4 times, and move forward with, what that looks like for the district. So to answer your question, that's you're feeling that because these are the things that are running through my head right now.
Okay. Well, the fact that the congressman even invited the conversation to see how he could be helpful, I thought was very, very positive spirit coming from the feds anyway. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargan.
All right. Thank you.
Good to hear.
I do have a quick question. Adrian, that low incident money from special ed, what is that?
I might need Sherry's help on that. I'm not keen on those. Maybe Dr. Clark.
We'll have to, I want to get you a correct definition. So Ms. Summers will get that from Rachel and we'll get that to you.
Okay. And that's just one time. Is that a one? Well, okay. Soon as I find out what it is, never mind. My next question is that one time only, but then I don't know what it is yet. So we'll see.
So we'll find out if it's one time or ongoing as well.
It is.
No, we'll find that out too. I believe it's ongoing, but I I actually am scheduled to meet with Rachel to go through that.
And the bump in increase of ADA for special ed kids, what's the rationale for that?
To get more funding for special ed. I mean, if you remember our adopted budget, we're projecting a contribution of almost $15 million from our unrestricted base funding to support our special education program.
So that relieves some of our base funding?
Right. That's the intent, is to relieve the contributions that districts make up and down the state, and down the state for their special ed programs.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, so we're ready to move on. We're on our agenda item 10.3, human resources, 10.3.1, management job description, informational only. Dr. Patrick.
Good afternoon, board. It is recommended that the governing board receive information for the attached job description. And I'll entertain any questions if there are any questions.
I don't see it in front of me.
Yeah, I have a question.
Before we do that, can we get a little background for the public? So just get a little synopsis, please, just real brief, Dr. Patrick.
Oh, absolutely. So the request is to change the job descriptions for, we've amended our job descriptions and updated them and would like the title to be aligned to the work. They have been revised to align specifically to our job duties, and we are doing this without asking for any additional salary increase or anything. So it maintains fiscal responsibility. It is simply a title change to align to our work.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick. Trustee Gardner.
Okay, Dr. Patrick, I noticed that in the assistant position for operations, it was almost identical to the human resources in the education experience and the knowledge, skills, and ability. And I believe that there's a difference between those. And I would think that the education and experience and the knowledge, skills, and abilities would be a bit different for the superintendent of operations than the human resources. And I know that I had mentioned this to Dr. Clark. I was wondering if you have looked at this and you are changing the descriptions, and we'd like to see that.
The positions were really initially created from our former assistant superintendent who did both HR and operations in prior years. And I think that language is just old language that was in the original doc. So I'm absolutely going to go back and make some adjustments to that, because we did amend where duties are concerned, but we did not do that in all of our your requirements and your experience. We did not make those adjustments. So I think that was just really an oversight. I'm going to go back and make some changes to it.
And so when will we see the final version? Will it be prior to our approving those job descriptions?
Yes, that is correct. We'll get it to you as soon as possible. We'll do it right away and send it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Again, in regards to this job description, I just feel that this is an item that should be brought to the new superintendent. I just don't feel comfortable making this adjustment. Thank you.
Okay, this is informational only.
That's correct.
Trustee Gardner.
I just have another comment. Isn't this also aligned with what FCMAT recommended?
Yeah.
That the job descriptions be the assistant superintendent rather than chief operating officer? Weren't those all? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, well, we'll see this revision come back with job descriptions and such for our August 5th meeting.
Thank you.
President Fox,
Yes.
Can I just, I have an answer to Trustee Gross's question. Director Chang just emailed me, but
Okay.
you can't do a follow-up question, okay, Trustee Gross, otherwise. But low incidence is for our visually impaired, hearing, and medically fragile students. So visually impaired and medically fragile students.
Okay.
So, yeah.
One-time money. That was part of the original question.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, anything else, or are we ready to move on?
we're ready.
Okay, 10.4 operations. We're now on 10.5 Measure S bond implementation. Do we have a motion to approve the consent items?
I move approval of 10.5.1.
Second,
Lawson, second, Vice President Baldi. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gardner. Trustee Gardner.
You're muted.
I'm having problems with my mute. Aye.
Trustee Gross.
Aye, and it was one-time money.
Trustee Lawson.
Aye.
Vice President Ubaldi.
aye.
President Fox.
Yes. Okay, so our consent items pass for Measure S. So now we're on to administration and governance. We're on 10.6.1, Vallejo City Unified School District policies and administrative regulations for second reading. Action.
Am I muted again?
Sorry. So basically, this is just the second reading. So these board policies were presented for first reading on the June 24th meeting.
Right. So can I make a motion?
One time only.
If there's no discussion, yes.
Well, I don't. I'll hold my motion for discussion.
There may not be any discussion. Does anyone have?
Second that emotion. I was.
Don't break out in song now.
So was that a motion, Trustee Gross, and a second?
Yeah, I want to make the motion that we adopt the second reading policy as stated.
Okay, Trustee Lawson, did you make a second?
Yeah.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gardner.
Aye.
Trustee Gross.
Aye.
Trustee Lawson.
Aye.
Vice President Ubaldi.
Aye.
President Fox.
Yes.
I was going to ask Mr. Vargas if I could get 1 unit of credit for your presentation.
Which presentation? The board policies or the
Economic
slide.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, grandkid. There you go.
You know, Trustee Lawson, you're just extending Dr. Adams' time with us. I know you don't want to let him go, and you're putting in more time than necessary.
Okay, so now let's see where we're at. Let me look back at the agenda. Oh, that looks like that's all for today. I think there's no more items. Do I have to look again, or am I okay?
No, we still have.
I've been dreaming, right?
Look again.
Item 10.6.2.
All right, I'll look again.
Thank you, Rhonda.
10.6.2. Oh, there is something that I don't want to deal with. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't. It's bittersweet. Okay, approval of a contract for interim superintendent. Action.
I move to approve.
And I second.
Trustee Gardner made a first and Trustee Gross made a second. Roll call vote, please.
Just to maybe an explanation for the public, though, I think probably just that this contract, which is on an interim base for the time he serves, is based on what the entry level contract is for superintendent. In other words, it's not a continuation of, say, the pay scale that Dr. Clark had. So I think public should be aware of that. These would have been all the salary and the provisions in the contract that would have held true for when Dr. Clark was first employed. Okay, and that's okay.
Thank you for the clarification, Trustee Lawson.
We'll still get
Trustee Gardner,
Aye.
Trustee Gross,
Aye.
Trustee Lawson,
Aye.
Vice President Ewaldi,
Aye.
President Fox.
Aye. Okay. That takes us to board reports. But before we do that, Mr. Romeo, would you like to make a comment?
Well, I was just sitting here quietly. Let me just go on record and say Adam Clark is a hard act to follow, but here we go. I want to thank you for your confidence and support, through these very trying times and this transition. These are unfortunate circumstances, but here we are. I have every confidence that in working with my colleagues, we'll get through this, fully committed to our students and families and staff. So thank you all.
Thank you. And Dr. Clark, you better be available because I'm probably going to have questions and concerns, and I still need a mentor. So you better be available.
I'm always available for any one of you, for anything I can possibly do. I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity, and I wish Mitch and the team, Sherry, Adrian, Gigi, just there's a wealth of people who work very hard in this district, and I'm very confident that the good work under your leadership, board, will continue on. So good luck to the team.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Board reports. Who would like to start? Trustee Gardner.
I don't really have too much to report. I did attend a webinar today that was put on by CSBA that talked about the opening up of schools in the COVID environment. It was very interesting. There's another part 2 of that webinar will be July 29th. So I plan on listening to that as well. It was a wealth of information. It went over the laws. It went over what how teachers are feeling, what's being done nationwide, statewide. So it was very, very helpful. Other than that, I've spent my week responding to concerned teachers and parents, and I'm so glad that there are so many committed individuals, both at the district and in the community, that care so much about our kids. So those are my words. And for you, Dr. Clark, I will actually miss the conversations that we've had, and I wish you the best of luck in Mount Diablo. And if I were going to re-enter the education field, I would be looking for a job, but that's not the case. So congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you, Kristen.
I'd like to go next.
Yeah, I just have a real quick report. Number one, I met with a group, Trustee Gardner and I met with a group who does a lot of distant learning in service and training. So that was really interesting. I was interested in that, the fact that their people are already kind of way ahead of the curve in that respect. So when we get to that point, I think that's something we need to look at. But on the other hand, I go with everybody on the board that as much back and forth that we may have given the superintendent, all I can say is, he's been a great guy. Adam, you really have, and I really enjoyed my 2 years of debating with you and laughing with you and a name calling, me calling you names, you know, and you know, and I will really miss that. I will really, you know, and I have told my friends and other people in the public that it's going to be, like somebody said, it's going to be hard to fill your shoes, but we're going to do the best job possible in doing that. So, you know, I'll miss you. I still have your phone number, so don't worry. I know how to use that cell phone. So we'll be in contact, and I really appreciate the again the 3 years that you've given us in this district.
Well, thank you, sir.
Who would like to go next?
Well, I have nothing to report other than just to say goodbye to Adam and wish you good luck over at Mount Diablo. And if you get any advanced words on how to handle the school shutdowns and whatever like that, feel free to call us.
You're not going to wish him well with his golfing?
Oh, well, I don't know. You don't have to.
He won't be golfing.
A little bit. Thank you, Trustee Lawson. Vice President Baldi?
Yeah, Dr. Clark, we really didn't get to know you till these last 2 years. The first year was just crazy, hellish, and comedic in many ways. But the last 2 years have been profoundly significant to this community because you've focused in on the culture. And I cannot thank you enough for really a short time that you're with us, that the culture has changed dramatically and it's been to the positive. And we're very grateful for that. And we will miss you. And with that in mind, the very best, sir, and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Baldi.
All right, thank you. And from my report, I've been quite busy. Been working with our search firm. We will have a special meeting on the 28th with our search firm. And we also will have a special meeting on the 28th with our strategic planner. I met with her. I had an hour meeting with her on online the other day. Got a lot of information and guidance for that. Dr. Clark and I meet and talk pretty much daily. So there's a lot, just so much going on. It's been a very busy. This is an extremely busy time. So I'm trying to think what other. I think that's pretty much my daily for the report. As far as Dr. Clark.
Nothing more about me, President Fox. You said enough during your opening remarks. Okay.
Oh, with you, I'm just wondering. I'm used to talk to you every day. Even when we were out of COVID, I'm driving into Mount Diablo in the car driving. Dr. Clark on the agenda, or what about this? And so we've had this relationship for quite some time now, pretty much daily. So that's going to be interesting how to replace that. But we wish you the very best, and I'm still going to see you. So I'm unique that I still get to hopefully see you occasionally or hear from you.
Well, President Fox, I think this is a good lesson on treat others how you want to be treated, because you've been my boss and now I get to be your boss. And so since you've treated me with nothing but kindness and respect, you know that you're going to get that in return. So, but I will be coming to your classroom when we open back up, and I will be asking you about what you're doing and things like that, and ask you to show me, you know, your kids and what they're learning. And I have very high expectations of you. So
I'm sure you'll be asking about Bloom's taxonomy too, since I always bring that up.
Yeah.
But anyways, all right. Yeah, I look forward to that. And I can't wait till we get back to being in a classroom with students. At this time, let's see, where are we at? Report, we did that. Community forum, we don't need that, correct? Is there any more comments?
There are no comments.
Nothing came in. Okay. Future board agenda items.
Oh, now you guys don't have anything? How about reopening plan? No, I'm joking.
No, seriously, that's
just going to be a regular. That's just going to be a regular item.
It should be an item, that's right.
On the 5th of August, because that'll be the next regular meeting we have before the 17th. And so we're going to have to see what changes have been made and everything like that,
And we hope that we don't get 50 letters or emails to respond to. So keep them happy, folks.
Now, question, I don't know if it's said or not. Will we continue the same communication process as we had with you, Adam? The Friday letters and the meetings before the board meeting as needed, or that's something we need to work out with Mitch?
Yeah, I would work that out with Mitch about how best that works out. But I'm more than sure that he'll probably follow something similar. But that is something that the new superintendent can guide.
Okay.
We're good, and I'll talk. I'll talk with him tomorrow about all that. The next item is upcoming meetings. So I did let the board know that on Tuesday, the 28th, we will be having a special board meeting. Two topics. One will be our search firm presentation, and the next item will be our strategic plan presenter. So that'll be on Tuesday, the 28th. Then after that, our next regular scheduled board meeting will be on Wednesday, August 5th. And then after that will be Wednesday, August 19th. So those are the upcoming meetings that right now, I will get you the times for those. I don't have the times of it right now. I think the board meetings will stay pretty much at the same time for now, for the 5th. The 19th will be back distant learning, so we'll probably adjust at that time. And on the 28th, I think Dr. Clark and I remember, I think it's around 9 o'clock, but I'll confirm those times for you.
Okay. You said you have two meetings on the 28th, superintendent search and the strategic plan.
Yes, and I'll confirm the time with you later on.
Okay.
I think it's about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 8:30, 9, yeah.
Okay, we do not need a closed session, do we?
No, we do not.
Mitch, Dr. Clark, neither, we're good? Okay. Then with that, who's talking?
No, I was going to ask, Trustee Gross said 2 meetings. It's not actually 2 meetings, correct? 1 meeting with 2 agenda items.
Correct.
No, on the 28th?
Yes.
It's 1 meeting, 2 agenda items.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's starting around 9. But like I said, I'm not sure.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
Nope.
We said this meeting was in honor of Dr. Adam Clark, and we will miss you. And with that, everyone have a wonderful evening and good afternoon, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon and good luck, Dr. Clark.
Good luck.
All right, everyone. Good luck to you all. Thank you.
Karen, is Rhonda still on?